Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Beginning each trading day morning, I should say, at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All of the times that I refer to, or those which are visible on my screens, is Central Standard Time. RTH is the regular trading hours, which is 8:30 in the morning until 1600 Central Standard, and the ETH, or extended trading hours, is what's left, 1700 to 0830, and the previous afternoon to 0830. So this is my virtual trading journal. This is what I have come to do because I don't multitask well, and this provides a great way to have a thorough, accurate journal, complete record of the entire session, which I stream the entire cash session. So I start every morning at 8 and stream until 1500. And everything that you see on my monitors here are captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. This is not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to do that. It's, as I just said, it's my virtual trading journal, and I invite and welcome anybody, the public, whatever, to look over my shoulder. Like, subscribe, that's great. It's only a couple of clicks on your side, and contribute in the chat. That's the important part, is the dialogue. This is what I'm doing now, and my goal is consistent profitability for my trading business. And any advice or commentary is, or what are you, out of your mind? Whatever. That's what I'm looking for, and it's certainly not intended to be a my way or the highway kind of thing. Now, when I there's also a disclaimer in the description about the trade advice and all that stuff, and that you can lose your ass trading futures or anything else. But when I take a trade in Bookmap on this particular setup, this is live trading in my AMP futures account, live funded account, trading real live data. In IRT, this is my charting platform. And this is where I develop and backtest and vet, or confirm that various strategies have a positive edge, which could be exploited with the law of large numbers. And this is the initial balance, for example. Any trades or situation where this is forward testing and pushing to this visualization charts are done in the IRT simulated environment. So these are not pushing to my live account, because I'm not confident that this is correctly coded to trade my money. So there you go. All right, let's look at the numbers now, and there is a pile of them out today. I had to actually use the scroll function on Snagit to capture everything. This is the earnings. We don't want that. This is the economic calendar, and this is my news source of choice for years, investing.com. I'm not sure that it still is anymore, but take a look at this for today. You got to actually scroll to get to the bottom of it. That's pretty incredible. And they're substantial. GDP, CPI, I'm sorry, those are GDP, core PCE, initial jobless claims, what do we got down here? Core Chicago PMI. These are all, relatively critical numbers. Now, most of those are all wiped out at the 7:30, so that's done and dusted. We are in, before I get carried on with that, you can filter these for any time zone or reports you're interested in. And all of these ads remain here because I want this to stay free so that anybody following the stream could have access to the same information that I use. Notice also that the event title of any of these reports turns to a URL. So if you don't know what the GDP quarter over quarter for Q1 means, you can click on that and go find out. It'll show you all the releases and who puts out that data, etc. We're in earnings season, and I probably don't have to tell you how important that is. Yesterday was 4 of the Mag 7. Today, Apple is coming out, Lilly, MasterCard, Cat, Merck, and these are all the earnings that are out today. Not done yet. Just today. Isn't that ridiculous? Amazing, isn't it? I don't know how many there are, but that's incredible. So there we are for earnings. Now, the other report that service that I use is Financial Juice. They have a similar function with regard to the calendar, and you can see what we're looking at here on this left side, and on the right side over here is a more of a squawk box or running commentary on reports and news. The thing that I like about Financial Juice and why I started using it was they will track non-typical economic events or numbers or releases as they are announced within the day. And in this current environment, for example, Trump suddenly is going to have a press conference, or what do you call it, signing those things he calls executive orders, whatever you call them. That's not a typical economic event. But in this current environment, I hope you realize, as does everybody else, that could potentially have a huge impact on our market, our auction. And as traders, our main goal in life is to preserve our account. The first foundational method of preserving your account is risk management. Well, you can't manage a risk if you don't know about it, if it's unidentified. So I'm not saying anything political. I mean, if you don't realize by now that Trump or Bissett or one of those guys can come online or with a tweet even and suddenly crash the market or it goes flying up, well, then you haven't been watching the markets recently. So it's strictly from a point of view of risk. No, Democrat, Republican. No, I mean, if you're a Republican and you're in a long and he comes out and says something that you don't know about and it dumps 229 handles, you're going to be just as upset about that as I am, or anybody that voted on the other side is. You know, it's not got anything to do with political opinion whatsoever. It's risk and our success as traders. So there's that. Let's look at the pre-market now, which is pretty freaking crazy. So here's the pre-market. Well, off the earnings, we've got this, and then we have this morning, and now we've got this. We are just nuzzling up to all-time highs. That's it right there. 72.11.5 is the all-time high in the RTH session. And we're nuzzled right up here. I would suppose they're going to pop through it for whatever reason. At some point, this thing is going to take a dump, and then it's going to be epic. But I'm not saying that's today. This is investing.com. What am I talking about? This is Investor RT, my charting package. The first thing to notice is that in the header of all the charts is besides the chart name, is which is immaterial to you, is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always see what you're looking at. This is my micro tab. I track the same configuration for the minis. This is the micro ES, micro NQ. This is my high time frame micro ES chart daily, and this is the mini market profile. I don't switch back and forth from micro to mini on the market profile charts. I do switch between full session and RTH session. This is currently the full session. So let's look at the higher time frame and see where the hell we actually are. First of all, this little white nub right here is where we're trading currently. So we are gap up, depending on either method of calculating the gap that you prefer. And what are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 days. Balance, tight balance. Something's going to happen there. This, I am told, I haven't got the data to confirm this, but I am told that this is the second longest consecutive up run in history since it's like 2007 or something like that. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe something like that. A long time. I don't have any idea or data to back that up, but that's what somebody said somewhere. I forget which one. Edgeful maybe. So this is my micro composite chart. This is daily candles, MES, daily candles, and it's 1 day, and it's the RTH session. So each one of these candles is a full day's RTH trading session, wherever volume overlaps. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. I pull a volume profile around it, and that generates this high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines. The MCVPOC, which is this yellow line, and then, of course, we're right here at bumping our head on the all-time high, which is 72.11.5, like I said. Now, these red and green lines push, or the values for them, push to Bookmap, as do the session prices. Let's see what the hell's going on over here. Well, there we are, 140% volume at this point in time in the overnight, but only 2.25 points wide on the ATH. That's a lot, huh? What the hell does that mean? So here's the overnight, and just a quick observation of this. Here's where we closed yesterday's RTH session, which is right here. God damn it, right here. Didn't see that volume. Sorry about that. I'm looking at my screens and not at the stream, and so I don't see that I've done an old guy maneuver and not done the proper switch. RTH session. Completely balanced. That's about as perfect a profile as you can imagine, or that I can imagine. Maybe not quite as much excess at this top end, but here's our close and our open. What is that look like to you? Essentially 100 or 99% long inventory all night, right up here at the top. So if you were long and in profit way up here after all night, what would you do? I'd take profit, some of it. So I would be expecting some responsive selling at the open to take some of that profit and to adjust the inventory. We'll see, and then revert to more of the same. But there's the other side of the coin, which says that frequently when we are banging our head on the top up here like this, that there's a lot of momentum pent up, and there's a high likelihood that it'll gap and go. Let's see what happens. Let's look at IRT, or what do you call it? Bookmap. So this is Bookmap. This is the heat map. Look at that. That's the RTH or ETH Open. If you were just dumb luck and threw one on, you got 50 handles right there in the blink of an eye. You could construe this to be a reversal ABC with a lower high, and if they take out this, the thing about those old reversals is price takes out this middle point that's typically considered to be a reversal, but who the hell knows? So the columns from right to left are the micro composite from my IRT, where I put in the all-time highs and the POCs and all that stuff. This is the high and low volume nodes. The full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile and delta, reset at 8:30. The statistics column, which is pretty important to me, and these are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And I share these. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday, continuously through 1600 Friday. If that help you, let me know. Free, no problem. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to share them with anybody. Just drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the CSV URL from Google, and boom, there you go. This is the book. Now, I don't have the dome here anymore because I wanted much real estate as I could get for my charting. So this is the dome. This is the book. Resting liquidity at the book. So right up here, we got 206 living at 12. These are not orders. This is resting liquidity. These would be limit orders. And this is the price, and this is the heat map. Notice that I don't have any indicators on my heat map or IRT. I have just a few. I try to approach this as simply as possible from a point of view of price, volume, and probabilities. POC, full session, RTH session. POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 71.95, we've traded 3,000 plus contracts. The very split second that one of these other price levels trades 3,000 and whatever I said it was, 3,018, the POC will move there. That's it. And this was the POC at the close yesterday, at the close of the RTH session. We had traded 15,000, whatever it is, 760 at 71.60. That's it. This is the VWAP for the Globex and the RTH. The mid for the RTH, and then these are just session prices. These lines reflect the session prices from Bookmap or from IRT, and they're just as they, previous RTH high, overnight volume point of control, overnight high. Pretty simple. The initial balance high and low are sometimes confusing to those because of the naming from the market profile days. These two levels here are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Now let's look at the statistics, which is real simple too. The first thing we need to do is determine the statistic open for the day. So real easy. If we open right here, right now, there's only two criteria, by the way. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There's the close. Wow. That's higher, isn't it? It is. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? There's the RTH high. So we would be, change the title, higher out of range. And that's it. Now, I changed the title selfishly because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, all I have to do is look at that title and I know what the configuration for the day and the open type was. Next thing I need to do here now is clear the notes, which these are the statistics from yesterday for the associated prices. So we need to clear those and put in the new ones. Okay, and we'll get the new ones from, drum roll please, the statistics study in IRT here. And we expect to open higher out of range, so that's a gap out. Notice there's only 4. IRT highlights the correct one. Whichever levels have been revisited, it changes the text highlight from black to blue, but that'll only happen after 8:30. So the way the system works is very simple, like everything in my life, I hope. The computer looks back at the most recent 1,728 trading days. Of those days, we opened higher out of range 429 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.9 times. Overnight volume point of control 76.9. Drum roll, please. Boom. That's all there is to it. Now, a couple of things. First of all, I'm just going to go down the list. So the overnight high is now 74.8. And that's right here. And of course, you realize that these current ETH values, the high, the POC, the mid, those are all dynamic right now. They can change. Yesterday's close is going to not go anyplace, right? Overnight mid is 66.2. Speak of the devil. Where did that go? Right there. And I also want to point out that these are not, I want to do something first. Hold on. IB high is 63.6. Okay. And I put the initials like that because, remember the definition, the minute we open, this flag is going to jump up here above price. It will not be here anymore. And I want to know what 63.6 represented. And now I'm going to know. And 60.6 is a low. Okay. And I also want to get the previous POC in here real quick before it changes. 30.5. Wow. Now, notice something here. This is 30.5, and I don't have it aligned properly, but, you know, come on. This is 30.5, and this is 60.6. Well, guess what? If price is going to get down here, it's going to get through here. So this highlights the fact that these are probabilities. This has got nothing to do, you know, Trump blew up the ballroom, nothing. It has to do with only those two criteria, which I just explained. And these are not hard, fast lines in the sand. They are probabilities. Now, I need to do something else before somebody spank me real hard. And that is the TLab snap. Oh boy, what is that, you ask? Rightfully so. Antonio knows. And he's not telling anybody. So there you go. The TLab snap is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day at 8:20, I post this to give those folks in there who are a good crew of people, but some may not have the same kind of charting, some indication as to all these levels that they want. I also post the reports around 6 in the morning for the day. And I was quite active in there early on. And actually, the stream grew out of the TLab suggestion from Tom. The TLab, by the way, is started and headed up by a guy named Tom B., who's a professional trader. Was early on in his career and has got like 47 years experience successfully, obviously, because he's still doing it and his lifestyle seems okay. And he seems like a nice guy with good ideas about risk management and stuff like that. Now, the TLab is not a trade calling room, nor it is a live trade room, Discord thing. But it is sponsored by Bookmap, of course. However, you're never solicited for anything there, which is refreshing in this day and age. And there's a lot of good people in there, as I said. So this report or this snap came out of the fact when I was active there that I noticed a flurry of posts just before or just after the open. What's the POC? What's the POC? What was the hype? You know, and I thought, well, if all these people had these data in front of them, it would reduce the clog on the chat and, you know, the flow and stuff. So I've been doing this for, I don't know, a year and a half or something, two, or I don't know how long time. That's the TLab snap, and that's the TLab. So there you go. Let's get back to this. We're going to open in a few minutes. So what was next on the agenda? The previous high. Let's look at that. Well, the close is 49. That's a good one. So the close is 49%. There you go again with the fact that these are probabilities and not hard, fast lines in the sand. Obviously, we're going to get through 30.5 to get to 49. I want to actually make sure I did that right. Previous close, previous POC is 30.5. Sure as hell. Wow. Overnight low is 36.4. That's way down here in the corn patch someplace. And the previous low is, where did that go? 12.8%. Holy crap. I don't think I've noticed that before. I don't think I've seen a probability like that before. I must have, but I guess I just didn't notice. Wow. Only 55 occurrences out of 429. Isn't that something? See, I'm not lying to you. There it is. Huh, wow. What else is a typical usual suspect here? Previous high. That's always a good one. That's 65.5% of the time. Okay. I guess that's enough. Excuse me. Those are enough levels to keep me bothered for a while. That ought to do it. Okay. Let's get ready to rumble here now. We're going to open in about 3.5 minutes. Seems like I forgot something because whenever I'm ahead of schedule like this, that means I forgot something. Go right back. Okie dokie. 2.5 minutes, and look at this damn day go, huh? This is the RTH, ETH high and the all-time high in the RTH session. And this is the ETH session, so they still haven't gotten up there and taken that one out. Oops. And I think that means my TLab snap is wrong. I had put a line in there for all-time high, and I forgot to designate RTH. Oh well, I'm sure Ned or somebody will have a comment about that. So we're getting ready to rock here. I don't know what I forgot. I'm not going to worry about it. Welcome to the stream. Like, subscribe. It's only a couple of clicks. A big deal for me. And by all means, contribute in the chat. That's super. We're going to open here, and while we're watching this is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line indicator here in Bookmap that I slap on the first print of every session. You can see the previous RTH, and here we are for the ETH, and then I'll put one on. And what that allows me to do is gives me a visual clue over here, or cue. If I see Blue Boy, I know that I've got the entire session in view. This is the entire ETH session from the first print to current. And I'm going to open in 10 seconds. Let's hope that that works. I'm always on the edge of my seat for these to reset, and it did not. So that's, I updated the book map today, so that obviously didn't make any frickin' difference. And they're not, now there they go. But that's pretty close. Now, so we're off and running here, boys and girls. Be careful. There's, of course, a huge lag on IRT. We're right up here at the top. Now that we're up here, let me move on with something that I haven't done yet, which I will do. I think you will imagine it's a good idea to be able to trade. And so the way you do that, the way you activate and are able to trade with Bookmap is to activate the trade control panel here with that padlock. Oh shit. This new one that I redid is got everybody on the wrong side of life. There we go. This is the trade control panel, and this is you have to select a way to interact with, what in the hell is this? Look at this. I didn't know about all this. There's the account. Oh, I didn't know you could select accounts. That's pretty cute. Huh, this is the new version of a Bookmap I updated overnight. This is 7.7.0 build 19. Well, now I don't know what to do. Ha! Okay, there's my AMP live account. Okay. Wow, they changed everything here. Poof. What the hell does this do? Target instrument, none? Wow, okay, I apologize, but this is a real learning experience. I can't trade now because I don't know how. I was just assumed the trade control panel stayed as was. Poof. Well, it shows you what I get, assume. What is the old saying? If you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, or something like that. So here's all the new stuff that used to be at the top stuff, which is pretty amazing. This doesn't seem to have updated automatically, has it? Doesn't seem to have. So I'm going to have, this sucks. I was hoping this was going to be fixed. We'll put that 30 and just hope for the best there. Now, multi-brackets is on. I didn't do that. This is the multi-bracket where I implement risk-neutral methodology. This is our 2-lot, which is the smallest risk-neutral package because they need to be even. And this is 16 ticks on the stop right here, 2 lots and 16 ticks. Now is not the time to be doing this computation, nor is it the time to be figuring out the trade control panel. I apologize, but assuming that this is your stop and your target for your account, risk parameters, etc., the first take profit target here is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the system is, as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner, and you can have as many runners as you want and blah, blah, blah. I'm on my back foot here because I didn't expect that drama with the trade control panel. That's completely new. So that's multi-brackets. There's also an Execution Pro, which we'll look at later, and it's Trading Statistics, which they're at the bottom now because these all had to be disabled and updated from the new ones to work with 7.70. And the break-even line, which is where I always wanted it to be. So yeah, I'm kind of on my back foot, sorry. Well, it used to be that you would select a way you were going to interact with the chart here, and I don't see where the hell that is. So I don't know what happens. I guess, wow. Don't know. You used to pick a method, target instrument, none. Well, this is not embarrassing, I guess, but because this will happen to anybody. But I don't like the fact that my account is exposed up here. That's pretty stupid. That's ridiculous. Well, okay, let's shut off the trade control panel then, because we apparently, it says it's active because I picked an account. So I guess that means that I can do something over here and in the chart column, whether I meant to have that activated or not. That is really a mess. I'm pretty surprised. So anyway, well, here we are. I'm surprised. Anyhow, that's we're ready to go, I guess. I'll put Blue Boy on here in a second. Got to be real careful about this live data column. Apparently, once I select, and it says that there's no instrument. Cross instrument trading. This is for cross instrument stuff. I don't want to do that. Round to nearest thousands. I don't know. This trade control panel doesn't give you the option of whether you trade with the book or the chart anymore. Wow. Huh. And apparently, since I've selected an account, it's live, baby, and there's nothing I can do about it. So let's get Blue Boy awake here. Huh. Well, this is the stream, man. Let's put him on right there. That's essentially the first print. And guess what? There's the open. How does that work? Now we gapped up. We have closed the gap, I think. No, we have not. No, we have not. Where's the previous RTH? Yeah, previous RTH high is right here. We've closed the gap. We have closed the gap insofar as my old method of gap, which has always been the previous RTH high or low as it compares to the current open. That's not how that is called a outside day by some other people. And it is not the definition of a gap by them. The definition of a gap by some and a lot is that the previous close to the current open. So we're looking at 70-point gap. If we were looking at RTH high to the open, you're talking about 90 to 99. You're talking about a 9-point gap. If you talk about the close to the open, you're talking about 71.41 to 71.90. You're talking about a 50 handle gap. And that's a lot, she said. So I am a little bit befuddled here. I'm more shocked by this trade control panel story than I am Flight of the Moon. I never expected that whole thing, and I didn't obviously, should be pretty obvious, look at it last night after I had updated, by the way. We're running 7.7.0 build 19. So I'm pretty surprised. And guess what's happening? What did I talk about in the pre-market? Responsive selling. Isn't that amazing? And also amazing, isn't that I'm so confused by the trade control panel. I haven't got my RT stuff switched over to the RTH session. Now we have, here's the RTH session, the close, the gap up. And here we are, just closing the session gap, or the, whatever they call it, outside day gap, or whatever it is. And and here we have that. Okay, now let's mosey to this other tab over here and do the same thing. Here's one thing and another. You got to admit, it's always something new around here. Not necessarily a good new, but a good, but new. Okay, so there's that. Savey wavy, let's go. Save them all. Save them. Let's save all of them. What do you think? Okay, here we go. Back to the RTH. The reason I'm on the micros is that's what I'm looking to trade. Now let's get to the bar, which sounds like a really good idea. So here we go. See, there's the there is the close or the end of the session, and there we are, the open. And now we're down here. This is a full session, or no, this is the why is that? Oh yeah, RTH only. No bars going on here anywhere yet. However, this one should be rocking, and it is. So I need to close a bunch of stuff off. Boom. Boom. What else we have around here? I think there should be one more. Oh, I don't want that. Where the hell did this one go? This one? There we go. So the gold lines represent the high and low of Asia. The blue lines are the high and low of London. And here we go with us. Now I've got the colors a little bit goofy because of the, this is the IB. So this is the US. Now I'm going to put the initial balance lines on there in the color that we're used to from my charting. And these are the zones based on the Edgeful setup. And this is the trading system based on that particular setup, working with probabilities and percentages of the range. And they are real simple. It's 25%, 50%, 25% off the top. What I'm going to do now, which we noticed yesterday, is in the setup for the shorts, I need to change the stop right here to 75%. So what that means is, and I'll show you why. And the entry here, we'll have to look at the probability. It's going to save that. Now if it, and the way you have to do this with IRT is, once you've edited a rule, you need to modify the rule and save it. That way it's pushed into the system and the system is live and plotting over here. Now, why I'm doing that is, if we look at Edgeful, which is this platform right here, it's just, I'm trying to wean myself to, or lean on them for data analysis and stop spending so much freaking time doing trying to code, because I'm a dunce. Okay, so here is the typical IB setup. 60 minutes, initial balance, what's in play. This is a pretty handy thing here. These are the reports that are in play for the day, and these are forming. Initial balance is still forming. Previous day's range, breakout type, and here's red-green days. So right now it's this is bias. Bias is short by a gazillion so far. That's interesting. Let's look at the reports. Let's get back to wherever we were here. Initial balance. All right. Now, 74% of the time we break out the upper, the breakout they call for the upper side or the upper IB, and breakdown is the lower. This is the probability. So if we look at the statistics in IRT, it's going to be similar to this for double, for only one, and for both. And for one, for none, and for both. Let's look at this one, which the first rule of that's interesting is the breakout probability on Thursday. So there's no 0 times probability. 0 occurrences has this not taken an opening, an IB level, and that's looking back over 6 months on a Thursday. 79%, 20% was double, okay? The next step, and I'm a dunce with this, so, if anybody knows how to do this better than me, speak up. This is where those stats come in that I was talking about for setting targets and levels. Breakout to the upside, 59% retrace. When you break the high, the IB high, 59% of the time you're going to retrace to the 25% level. 26% of the time you're going to retrace to the 50% level. And 12% you're going to retrace to 75% from the top. So the theory is that once that you take a breakout, you wait for this retracement to 25% for your entry, and you put your stop below 50%. Now, notice the difference here with the breakdown, which is what's likely today. 73% retrace to 25%, but 52% takes 50. 52% of the time they retrace to 50% level. So I just changed my stop on a breakdown to be above or at 23% here at the 75% level. And what has that done? That's increased the risk dramatically. And that's has to be then I have to pay close attention then to the oh damn, I forgot to do that too. Hold on a second here. I have to pay close attention to the width of the range, which of the opening balance, which is right here so far, and the actual opening balance is right there. Actual opening range is 30. So right now we're sitting at 33.25 points times 4. That's one hell of a gap. And I forgot to do something over. Damn it. So what I'm gonna do now is, and here I've coded up these levels right here, and I'll push these across to Bookmap so that I can see those levels over there instead of the session prices, which I have right here already. So that's how I do that. Now I can filter with the main, I can filter these taking a trade by range. So if, for example, what I've got it set up as now, I'm going to restart Bookmap. If I get down here to the bottom, this is the opening range period is set, right? And this is the opening range limit. If I change this from 150 points, because I have it way wide just to make sure this is all working okay, I can choke this down to say 20 points. Or whatever I want for a risk, meaning that it will not place a trade or trade the system, back testing or forward testing, if the opening range of the IB is higher than that. So there's that. I'm not doing that now because I want to make sure all the rest of this stuff is working. Okay. This is my other initial balance, original old-fashioned initial balance system based on these hard-coded zones, continuation, pullback, trigger zones. And that will start plotting properly at 9:30, and I'll shut off the opening range, and there you go. So there's that. Now in a second, I'm going lag. I'm going to restart IRT to get rid of these lags. Because that just annoys me to no end. So the responsive selling worked pretty much to a T, right down to the previous range, actually previous IB. I always try to keep my colors consistent between all these IRT pages and tabs and book maps. So the initial balances are green, and the VWAPs and the mid and all that, developing POC and stuff are all the same color. A lot of volume. Look at that. What's happening in volume over here now? We were, 140 or something in the pre-market? We've dropped down to 111%. This is for at this period of time, looking back over 20 trading sessions. Same thing with the ATR. And where'd the mouse go? There you go. Come on, he gets bashful sometimes, goes and hides. So yeah, okay, I'm just going to change this to the this is how I change what is pushed to where. So this is IBEF. I have these templates coded up in the background, obviously. So I change the input template, and it automatically pushes to the output template, and Bob's your uncle. Pretty quick, they're all going to change over here, and you'll be able to see that, and they'll just be those percentages around the IBs. So what else is going on? Well, I don't see. How is this going to update? Did I do that wrong? I am really on my back foot about that trade control panel. I don't know what the hell to do about that. That's a new one, boy. That is a new one completely. And I'm kind of puzzled as to why we don't have these things pushing across there. That should definitely have been the case. Spelled that wrong or something happened? What? This is the first RTH session with this updated book map, so I guess I got the session prices growing. I shouldn't bitch, but And they are accurate, apparently, because they're holding with the other. Well, are they accurate? Let's just check that out. Yeah, that's right. The IB highs at the high of the day and the open. Look at that. Right. We opened smack dab at the high. Wow. Whatever this was, I don't know. I forgot. Let's go look. I'm all confused now. I'm confused why I'm not getting the updates over here on Bookmap from my push, and I'm still scratching my head about this trade control panel. Irritating. Well, let's see what I did wrong here. If I did something wrong here. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I did. Dummy. Yeah, well, never mind, you don't care. It's going, wait a minute, there's no template like that. What are you talking about, fool? I spelled, instead of EF, I typed DF. Well, that's kind of important. Right there was a D instead of an E, you see? That'll do it every time. Duh, football. Okay, I'm going to now, as soon as this pushes, and there's the percentages already. You see them? 25, 25, 50, 25. So there we go. And now I'm going to restart. Let's see if I have anything already doing something. No, should not have. Bars, no. Okay, I'm going to restart Bookmap. Or whatever this thing is. RT. And try that. Seems to shake the lag loose. Hey, Andre, or Anton, she says, I can't read, I can't think, I can't do anything right. Interesting morning, huh? To say the least. Welcome. I really appreciate you guys dropping in here. This is such a random, lonely event. So yeah. Let's see, where the hell am I now? I'm trying to make sure I got everything going right. I don't know. Yeah. So I updated on Anton. Poor Anthony's heard me moan about this for the last little while now. I have been waiting to update Bookmap until they could confirm for me the support that the add-ons that I use, break-even line, multi-brackets, that stuff, had been updated also to work with the new version, because originally on the fellows in Static, they're all real busy on beta and stuff because they're ahead, they're all young. And then they found out the hard way that, oops, well, none of that shit worked. None of the stuff they relied on to trade with was working in the new update. So last night I did that, and they confirmed that the new update, which is what I'm on now, 7.7.0 build 19, was production, not beta, and that all of those add-ons, which I prefer, had been updated. An update was available. So what happens when you update Bookmap? It gives you a post. You don't use Bookmap, so you don't care. Anyway, so I've done that, and they're all up and working. And then this morning I go to do my usual start the trade control panel thing, and this is what I got. First of all, I'm not sure I like the idea of my account number being there for AMP. That's kind of weird. and it says live trading. I'm not cross trading, but I see no place here to select, you know, the chart column or the dome columns or whatever. And that seems pretty weird. So I'm certainly not going to try it out with my money to see what's going on. But it seems to me that once you've picked an account, the trade control panel is active, and these columns are active whether you want them to be or not, it seems. So, yeah, there you go. Now we had a, looking at Edgeful here, we've got, I was just going through the initial balance reports and set up. What's in play are the, look at that bias, short, 80% short bearish bias. The ES is green, red days by weekday. Previous day, the initial balance, and these are forming. What I've done with the initial balance trade is, and I'm still a donut with this completely, but this is the gap fill. Now, this is a big one because let me just show you down here at the bottom, you guys, anyone? Edgeful and a lot of people, I guess, they define a gap as the previous day's closing price and the previous day's, you know, today's opening price. I have always defined it as previous day's range. In other words, in this instance, high, not close. They call that an outside or inside bar. And the gap is at the close. So it's the closing price, the opening price. Now, why that matters to me today, if I used the high from yesterday's RTH and the open, it's about, I don't know how many points that is. Previous RTH high, 71. Open is 72, so that's 9 points. If I use their way of going at it, the close is 41 and the open is 72. That's 60 points gap. So I'm scratching my head about that one. That's one hell of a gap. And that's how their reporting works. So if I wanted to, instead of the gap, let's see if I can figure this out. There we go, outside days by weekday. So this is an outside day by Thursday. Let's see if there are little pictures down here. There's pretty cute little pictures they have. There we go. So here's an outside day. Yesterday's high to today's open. This is what I would consider to be a gap, and they call it the outside day. So for reports that are using, and you can't change that, I looked. So for using reports that have, in my world, this would be a gap. Thursday, reversal, and then what they do is the reversal back down, which is essentially closing the gap. So there's 100% probability, which we've already done, of course, on Thursday when we gap up to close that, I don't mean gap, to close that outside bar. Does that make any sense? I'm trying to get my head around this because I think there is a lot of valuable data in here, and it'll save me all this time for trying, all this time I spend trying to figure out how to code stuff. So there you go. I don't know what to do about I don't know what to do about the trade control panel. I guess throw on a short. I guess click a short over here and see if it goes short. If it enters a trade, I don't know. Oh, I know what might happen. Let me check this. Let's look at this. Let's turn this off. That it won't go away. You gotta, I guess what you need to do is none. There you go. So you select no account. And that's what you got. Now, if I go over here and deselect multi-brackets, okay, and select the account, which I really don't like, that idea. Nope. It still wants to trade too. How's it? Where's the brackets? Where's the stops? Now maybe they're down here. Target, TP, stop loss. But where are they? Where are the brackets? Huh. Well, let's go back over here and try it again. This is weird. I didn't even dream that this had been broken or changed or whatever else. Nope. Nothing changes down here. So essentially, I have no idea or confirmation what bracket this is using to do what with. Son of a bitch. Sorry, but that's just... Yeah, well, that's how I've always done it too. But these gap build or these Edgeful guys and whoever else does it with the close. And I've heard other people talk about that. I can't remember where, but... Well, Rod got himself a nice trade off. 85 to 61, 20 handles short. So he's back in the game. I guess he got his new house all geared up. Good for him. Yeah, 85 to 61. And he's got his entry and his exits. He was in the market 946 to 958, 12 minutes. Just shorted somewhere, mean reversion or short or something he did. Where did he do this? Entry time, 946. Oh, he's an Eastern Standard. So it's at, would have been 846 on my stuff down here. Here, I guess. No? Here, I guess. Down to here. Good for him. I'm still confused about what to do with this trade control panel. Absolutely. Huh. Wow. I'm going to have to probably drop off of this stream here or, you know, ping bookmap support over on some different monitor and go, what the hell's the story with this thing? Well, so Rod got back in the game and just threw a quick 20 points off on the ES. Damn. Okay, so I guess I'm just going to have to do something. I don't know what. Prompt. Still have a bit of a lag going on, which is pretty disappointing. Pointing. Responsive selling to the max, right down now to the previous POC. Pretty much. Does that fit over here? Well, looky there. Yeah. Was I even showing the right screen? There's the RTH POC. This was the previous IB. Previous POCs right there. We got there. Yeah. Cool. Maybe not, but you know. Well, that's pretty weird. And this trade control panel thing by selecting account doesn't do me any good. In other words, let's say that I take this new concept that I'm working up in my mind to have a prop type sim account. Well, if I wanted to jump between one and the other to keep some trades going, I couldn't do that because the data is still coming from Rhythmic based on one account. Now, if it were, say, a prop firm or I had more than one account in the particular brokerage, which was driving the Rhythmic, then I could select back and forth. But so that's going to effectively do me no good and kind of a disservice because I can't deselect. I cannot deselect whether that active column is the chart column or the dome or whatever else it is. Bummer. It is possible, though, standing here thinking about it, that there is no selection because I don't have the dome columns open. That would only be, you know what I mean? So there's nothing to select. The only place you can trade with your mouse, the way I have it configured, is the chart column because there is no dome column. So that might be it. But I'm not going to monkey around with going back and forth and putting the dome columns in and all of that noise to see if it makes a difference during this session in the stream. I'll do that off stream tonight or whatever. 71.40. Well, yeah. That's the previous close. 71.40 and change. 71.40 quarter is the 41 quarter is the previous close. Huh. Could I do that? You think here? Let me just. I'm not going to do that now. All right. So let's see now. Well, what have I forgotten to do now? Something, I'm sure. We're approaching the IB low, so that is a thing. Or I should say we're approaching the initial balance statistic time, which is 9:30. And that is simply, for new in the streamers, the initial balance statistic right there, the most probable statistic in each of the 4 open types. And here is the open type for today. Notice that IRT highlighted it for us. Isn't that sweet? And you notice that they're changing the color of the text from black to blue or gray to blue, whenever those levels are reached. So we've reached the mid, the POC, high and low, previous high, mid, overnight POC. And that would tie up over there. So those values have already been hit. 97.7% of the time in this configuration, open configuration, either the IB high or the IB low will be revisited 420 times out of 430. Both of them are somewhere right there. Both of them is 26.3% of the time. What this means is that 2.3% of the 2.3% of the time, neither one will be hit. So you can lean on those and trade those any way you want. But this is not a statistic until 9:30. And for example, right now, we've just come through the IB low. What's going to happen? Oh, no, nothing. Because the IB is just low, is going to continue to move down with price, as the IB high will continue to move up. Now, Edgeful's got a couple of interesting things that I hadn't thought about previously, I guess. Which of the IBs is set in first? So at this point, the IB high is set first, so they're expecting the low to be taken out in the statistic. And remember the bias is not BIOS, it's football. The bias is oh, this is different. No, I have something different going on here. That's pretty cool. The bias was 100% negative when we looked at what's in play over here. 80% short bias. And here, so what are those probabilities? Well, double break, 22.83%, pretty close, huh? The difference is up here where this says a single break, but this is only looking at the breakout, which is up, not down. So let's see what IRT says for just the IB high to be broken out, which this one would be 78% of the time. I'm trying to see if any of this makes sense. In case you wonder who's lost, you're absolutely right. Well, look at there. IB, oh, that's overnight high. Well, this one has a probability of 63.5% of the time the IB high is taken out. Both of them, 26.3, that's pretty close. So there's some difference in those calculations. Well, that's about right. I said 2.6 or something, 2.4. There you go. That's about right. This is the one that's different. I'm kind of thinking that maybe the data here is more accurate because remember, this is only 6 months. do 2 years, what happens? Pretty much the same, except both breaks way out. There's an interesting concept that I had not thought about, which I think is probably a really good idea. And it goes like this. If you put a system on 3 years ago, would you imagine in any circumstance that it would be trading successfully now? The market's changed. The entire I mean, think about how our environment has changed just at the election. Never mind tariffs or us and other kind of stuff. So I'm thinking that all this look back I've been doing for years is probably not very good, not very beneficial. You know, because the market goes up and the market goes down, sometimes these things are much more well, there you go. Cool. However you're developing those POIs, that's great. I'm starting to narrow my whole back test and view in about that. And I'm trying to make sense out of this Edgeful thing. And I don't have it on the right window, sorry. Most importantly, I like this one here with an idea about stops, entry and stop, and then you can use the levels thing for targets. And I still don't have live data happening over here. I don't know how to, what I've sort of figured out to do, since I don't have, this is all delayed. If I go SPY for the ES, this is live now, I guess. Looks like it sort of is. And the Qs would be for the NQ. And then these things still work, right? So this is the IB. And here are the levels. And since I don't have I haven't upgraded or anything, I can only put 2 indicators on here. So I can't use the session breakout and all that stuff, but can do that manually here pretty easy. So these are those levels. So this would be the session breakout. There's the session high and there's the session low. Of the New York or whatever you want to call it session. Somewhere there are those things someplace. Power hour breakout, outside days, power hour continuation. I don't know what a lot of this stuff even is yet. A lot of stuff, there's like 150 or something reports. You could spend a long time overnight. Oh, here you go. Here's an overnight range breakout, overnight continuation. So if you're, targeting overnight highs and lows, which are statistics that we do look at. Well, okay. I'm confused. So far, we've got a sell the rips, responsive selling down to the POC. Now what's going to happen? I don't know. But selling the rips has been a great idea all morning. They're much more pronounced looking over here on IRT than they are on Bookmap. So there's one point high, and there's the open. Wow. $72, $62, $40. I'm dying to take a trade because I want to see what this control panel is going to do. That is certainly not a good reason to take a trade. Wow. Blast back. Okay. Okay. I really don't know what to think. So I will do what I always do in that case, which is default to not clicking the mouse. This very clearly defines the gap as it is viewed by the some of those guys that I was talking about later. I mean, there's clear as a bell. There's the close, and there's the open. As opposed to the high and the open. I guess I could try to reach out to Bookmap. What the hell's going on with the trade control panel? I can push that over to IRT, and we got no bars doing anything so far. Don't want to have that going on. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Okay. I don't know why all these. Oh, I restarted. That's why. Football. I got all these little guys going around here for all the various testing things I've been doing. Boom. Boom. This is Owlboy. Okay, there we are. I might have made a mistake by having everything in this one tab. Maybe I'd have been better off to have a different tab for each one of those various ideas, but that means that there's all that choke is going to be on the system. I don't know. Worry about that later, I guess. Well, the IB's a hot potato right now, boys and girls. Let's just see about that. So, oh man, fractals go away. Thank you very much. So here we go. It's 9:30 and the levels are starting to plot. There's nothing. The IB highs up here. Well, I'll get rid of this damn opening range and this stuff. The IB highs up here and the lows down here, and these are pullback and continuation zones. This is the old standby vetted system. And there we go. If you look at the profile, they're starting to build another one like yesterday. Because they opened way up and then just, they had all that overnight profit. Now they've taken that profit, readjusted their inventory, and they've ended up building a pretty normal profile, she said. Kind of a hell of a dump right there in Bookmap, huh? 10 handles? No. Yeah. What was that? Okay. Well, so that was a something. No IB stats yet. Hey, baby panda, what's up? Huh? What's up? Hmm. Well, we're the IB is so wide now that we're way in the middle. Basically, 43 point IB. That's a lot. Clearly, Rod got on it with the right attitude. Going to run out of room for our 1 point high here on Bookmap pretty quick. As the range is expanding so much. In order to keep Blue Boy in the picture at least. But we've got IB high up here, so that's we can do this. What is the edge? Oh. So this is how the levels and probability levels of, multiples of the breakout of the IB, I should say. Assuming a breakout to the downside, these would be suggested profit targets, which I think are probably a little goofy. I would say that the previous low, well, that's pretty much right on 50%, so that would be pretty good again. I have no idea. In other words, I'm just trying to get my head around all this new stuff. We're starting to get into a chop fest here. If you just have a quick look at the IRT or at the book map, a pretty wide one, but nonetheless, a chop fest nonetheless. Man, I forgot. I'm forgetting everything here. I'm all discombobulated with this. And we've got, I mean, look at this. Look at this list of stuff today. Wow. I haven't even gotten myself set up over here yet properly. What, baby? Well, you are turning into a dependent little thing you are. Well, I don't know if anybody's making any money here, guys, but I hope so. I hope I only bump on the log. I've got a thing I've been kicking around a lot, which I mentioned yesterday. Get some feedback from you guys about here. Basically thinking about how to get over this analysis paralysis or whatever's causing my avoidance of trading, I guess you could put it. Which is, I think, just attributes down to fear and risk. And, you know, now that I don't have an income to rely on, to lean on apart from trading, I am real conscious about the account size. And I found out a lot of stuff I was quite amazed about. Changes in the space, like the prop space and things like that. So when I have it, you know, well enough understood in my mind to talk about it, I'll throw it out there, and then any feedback is greatly appreciated. As with everything, you know, like, subscribe, that's super, and definitely contribute in the chat. Where are you? What are you doing? Does this make any sense? Am I completely nuts? You know, stuff like that. And remember that this is my virtual trading journal, so it's not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and I'm all ears for a better idea. Hardly any volume. Look at there. We've only got one major liquidity at 85s. Let's see what happened at 200 here. Well, I don't think that's going to get us too far. Probably not. 200,000 is going to be a very likely suspect. So that puts on a couple more liquidity levels. The more I think about that, the more I'm pretty sure. Let's see if we can add a column. Where the hell did buy and sell go? Huh. Look at them building up here, boy. They're really stacking into this 85s. They're wanting to keep a lid on this thing, it looks to me like. Look at that build. The liquidity here building up. And then we got another level of them up at 95. I guess they got the lid on the pot, huh? Is anything happening in Wally World? Let's see about the bar. I like the bar. No. No bars today. Yeah. So the IB's in. There's the IB low. There's the IB high. There has been no breakouts. So there's been no potential. And that will be the same for this beauty right here. And there you go. Volume is holding above 100, so that's they're sticking to their guns. And now this is important. Pay attention to these average true range for a 1 minute candlestick. Up around the 6s, down to the 3, 3 and 75 points per 1 minute candle. So if you're trying to trade with a 3-point stop or something, you better be pretty sharp on your entries, or consider that maybe you need to de-risk a bit. I'm pretty surprised about this. There we go. The dome is a whole other thing here. So the dome columns here, which I have removed off of this book view. I don't need market depth, last trade. Let's just put orders and see what we see here. This is an experiment completely. My thinking now is, what do we get here? Nothing. Still doesn't have what I thought it was going to have. Oh well. Back to the drawing board. What happened to volume? Well, wait a minute here. What did I do? I nuked the volume. Damn it. I nuked the RTH session volume. Session range, volume profile. Is that the one I want? Nope. Oh man, I hate it when I break stuff. First of all, let's get it over here where it belongs, and let's get the view looking like something I can relate to besides mega stupid. POC on the chart. Well, this is the POC on the chart. What's going on here? I think I broke the whole shooting match here, which is pretty disappointing. What the hell is this thing doing? Well, it doesn't look too right, does it? Maybe it is, but let's see now. No. There's the view app. That's all completely goofy. Well, I really screwed up my whole book map now trying to be clever. Trying to be a clever Trevor. Let's just do something else here. Let's see if I can... Open workspace. Let's see what this does. I might break the whole shooting match. I don't know what this is gonna do, but what the hell? Well, that isn't what I had in mind, but looks like I've broken everything now. I guess it's time that I go back to bed. What do you think? Let's get back here to 12 hours, 24 hours. Let's do the whole shooting match. Let's load this bad boy up and see what we get. Well, I guess I broke everything now. We'll see if it loads the data and what happened over here. I broke the full session and the everybody session, so. Huh. I didn't plan on doing that. I got the columns back. There we go. That looks a little more in line with my life here, with what I had in mind. Wow. I think maybe I better just grab Mom and head for bed here, I think. All right, so what can I break now? Jesus Christ. Sorry. Jesus Christa? I wasn't blaspheming, I was praying. Maybe. Let's let this thing load up and see what happens here, and keep me away from the column deal. And I'm still not clear as to what's going on with this. Anyway, none of you guys are using book maps, so it doesn't matter. 7,200 there. We got 7,200 is a big number. They're poking. They're looking. IRT fell on its head. Okay, so the VWAP isn't right. Oh, I'm so happy about that. I'm afraid to do this, but here I'm going to have to do something right here. VWAP 29th. No. God. I'm going to just have to query these guys once again, I guess, and say what is going on. Let that recount, and it should line up right. Well, it looks like those are right. The POC looks right. The IB looks right. Was the overnight volume point of control way up there at 72? Really? Sure as hell was. Oh. Okay. Yeah. What else can I bring? Did Blue Boy get back on the job over here? No. He did not. No. And what's up with all the other stuff now? VWAP, I got that off. I don't care about that. Multi brackets. Ooh, it's been disconnected over here. I still don't get how this works with the new trade control panel, but okay. And of course it's on the wrong side of the world again. Huh. Well, I don't know. I am. I know this sounds pretty stupid, but I'm dying to just put on an order or a trade or something to see what the hell it does. And obviously that's, Well, here in IRT, it's right up here at the 72s. I'm a little surprised about it too. This is what I've got in the data over here. There's the POC. There's the open. Let's refresh. Maybe I should just shut this whole mess down and we watch cartoons or something. What do you think? I don't know what's going on, but I guess this is not the day to be exposing my account to the market risk when I don't even know which end is up, apparently. Of course, all that tomfoolery with Bookmap has nothing to do with IRT, so the fact that the POC is over here at basically at the high at 72s, unless something happens with this download. And it obviously did so far. Let's let it get through and see what's up. I'm telling you, I'm thinking this trading view thing is the right way to go, Jesus. This might have just outsmarted myself here with all this confusion. Tired of all this noise. The same old story as the rabbit hole crap, I don't want to be, I don't care. Yeah, here should be the overnight blind. Well, no, wait, this is the RTH only. No, it's right back up here. VPOC at ETH is right back at the top at the 72s. Now, I don't know where else I can look for that, actually, because obviously it's all the same data. But, the VPOC is bouncing all over the place and is different here than Bookmap. Good for you. I'm glad somebody is. And I'm sure oftentimes everybody is but me, but yeah. Kind of flies in the face of my common sense gene to say, well, I'm going to start throwing trades on here when the system is, when the tools are upside down, like this new trade control panel thing, and seems to be quite a discrepancy between the POCs and what you've got, and well, I don't know. No bars over here yet. The bars are closed. We haven't had an IB any direction, but now we're heading up to the top, which was counter bias. Bias was down, right? On the higher Edgeful. Well, there's the bias. There's bullish, neutral, bearish, based on all the reports they've got going on and the data, looking back 6 months. 79% single break on Thursday. By rejection. This is the IB high first, break IB low. Bias is short. That confirms with the bias of the day. And the only one that's no good is the previous day's range was by as long in this thing. But this is going in the, this is flying in the face of context here. And it looks like it's going to be right because there's a bunch of liquidity sitting at the 72s, but that's, we're sure banging on heaven's door up there. Right here, boom. Over here, boom. Stupidity over here, boom. Buy the dips, and earlier it was sell the rips, right? Somebody puked. Jorgensen got long right here. Oh, he's calling this a bar trade. This is his bar and a breakout, and there you go. And he hasn't gotten to his target yet. I wonder if what happens if I put a limit way down here someplace and see if it won't be showing me where the brackets are, of course, but it would show that it was picking up something, I guess. I think I'll wait until it's a potential direction, move in the right direction. I don't want to go get a hold of bookmap support. No, I'm not in the mood. Smell. My wife's being exceptionally quiet, which generally means she's got something cooked up to eat and she's busy beating me to it. That was exactly right. So. Well, huh. I'm pretty sure that these values, the statistics got all wackadoodle when I restarted this page. Let's just see what previous RTH high stat is supposed to be. Jalapenos are hot. Previous high is 66.6. 65.6, really? Well, I don't see that anyplace. So let's see if that's right. What was 52.5? Nothing. IB high. No. Okay, these when I restarted. Oh, sure. It picked up the last when this was saved. Oh, that sucks. That means my MCs and all of that stuff are going to be completely out of whack. I'm going to have to redo all of these levels, and I'm going to clear these notes right now because that's off and a gun. Well, the only values here that are accurate at this point is high and low volume node, the volume profiles, the book, obviously the price, and the session prices because they're pushed from bookmap to IRT. You know what I mean. A little bear. IRT to bookmap. But these values, which I had entered manually, when I opened the saved version of this workspace, it brought in these stupid volume values from way back, which was just the 26, so it's not way out of whack, but anyway, sorry. And this is higher out of range. I could probably automate this stuff, but let me give you some insight as to why I don't do that. When I enter these values, for example, the session price, the statistics by the prices, it registers in my mind. The same way with when I enter over here in micro composite, where's the all-time high? Was that the RTH? Was that the ETH? Where's the naked volume point of control from yesterday? Well, those things register with me if I enter them manually, rather than just have everything automated. Because when it's all automated, it's just over the top of my head, like, one year and a half. Usually. Oh, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So now, what? No IB high, no IB low. The jalapenos are burning my brain out. What else can I complain about here? Actually, no complaints. I'm still pretty much in a quandary as to what to do with this trade control panel, but I'm going to try to do something now that won't confuse everybody. I'm going to have a look at the bookmap portal, which will open on my other monitor, and I'll sign in, and then I'll jump on chat and say, hey, what the hell do you guys do to the trade control panel? They're real good about their chat thing being is really super, especially if I get Elna. I think that's Okay. Let's see here now. We're going to take this IB high or not. Boy, these guys have been parked out here at the 72 handle for a while, huh? The century number. I'd say they're going to get the IB high here pretty quick. Let's see. Settings, configuration, order display. Here we go for that IB stat. And if not, there's going to be a bunch of boys and girls with disappointed looks on their faces. There we go. Now, this does not, perhaps does not, let's check. Okay, so here we have the A's. In this configuration, trade into the continuation zone or pull back down to the pullback zone, then to the trigger zone. That signals the trade over here. Now we've got a breakout. Something's wrong here. Oop, I don't want to do that. I don't want Al out there. Come on, Al, get out of here, buddy. There's the breakout. Now, in this case, excuse me, make my jalapenos are hot. What we need is a pullback zone to the entry, which is 25%. Stop would go down here. Now, that's just stupid. Depending on where we get in, that's at least 20 handles. And the stop, that's 80 points. That's a lot. Now, what are we going to do? Let's look at the Edgeful thing. If I'm not mistaken, the way this works is it's against bias, right? The daily bias is the other way, isn't it? Yeah, the daily bias is basically short, is bearish. So the ES, the breakout by weekday, 79% single breakout on Thursday. Bias needs to be long. So this is counter trend. This would be essentially, as I understand this would be a bad idea. Looking over at the map of books here, what do we have? Well, yeah. Context is without a doubt down until now. As the tanker turned, is this a bar and that was a breakout and a retest, and or is this a bar and the is this a bar and the blender broke, or what happened here? Wow. Top of my head's sweating and everything else. Jalapenos, baby. My wife eats them like, they eat a lot of spicy food in Vietnam. Thailand as well. This is not signal a breakout on this particular thing because the close needs to be outside, I think, of the IB. I'll have to look at the code over here. Hey, Mom, I got a bowl of jalapenos over here if you want them. Well, Jorgensen hasn't gotten anything yet. Nor has he been stopped out, I don't think. So for my old-fashioned original, we now have, no, we don't have, yes, we do have. Whoop. We have a B, whether it didn't signal properly, but this right here is a low in the pullback zone, but it did not come back to the trigger. So there's no trade in the works. Boom, boom. These signal markers are just visual. This whole thing about this chart, I guess I should explain. Maybe hold on a minute here. All right, I had to keep the chapter markers up to date. These visualization charts have nothing to do with the actual systems being forward tested with the current day's data. Except that these levels and things and signal markers accurately reflect the rules that are involved with the system. Solely for the purpose of me visualizing, is this happening where and when I think it ought to? That's the whole idea. And sometimes, like in the case of right here, it didn't fire. Or here, the B should have fired as far as I'm concerned. But we didn't get to a pullback or the trigger, so okay. And what those visual markers are just visualizations of the V-pound variables, which set up here based on the rules. If that makes any sense. And for this one, same story. There's a breakout, and then there's a trigger and a trigger and a hi-ho silver. And for the I don't know if I can do, it hasn't been 90 minutes yet. The fence is a different thing and all different kinds of stuff. Let's see if, I don't know if I display them all together or what'll happen, to be honest with you. So this is based on the Al Brooks thing. Having to do with the IB. Actually, not really the IB. It's got the session high and session low, which is essentially the initial balance, right? There's this, according to Al Brooks, and I have not done the work, after the 18th bar in a 5-minute bar, or 90 minutes, there's a 90% probability that we have seen the IB high, the session high or the session low. Well, here breaks out the high. So what does that mean? That's a new session high. That says that there's a 90% probability that this level down here is going to be the IB low. So you can lean on that. You could lean on that. And the way the trade associated with that works is this is not a breakout because it didn't close outside. You need to have a bar that opens inside, closes outside, and then you need a bar that pulls back and closes out, and that is a trigger. I think. Sounded a little vague there because I'm not sure I remember that exactly right. Meaningless. Let's see if the bar's open. Oh, here we go. We got the bar open here. So here we are with the bar open at, and that's been taken out both directions here, so it's not really a continuing bar anymore. The way I understand this, there needs to be another one. And this is what Jorgensen was playing. This area right over here. Or what he has traded. And I don't know. I haven't even looked at the news. I don't know what's going on with it. Such craziness. Many reports, auctions. He's so full of crap. Navarro is making a bunch of comments about how great the economy is and how everything is working well. Let's hope. Let's hope. No singles, and just not a lot going on for me. I could say that this right here is a consolidation, or and what a bar is there's a consolidation and then you have a breakout and retest. That's where the bar comes from. What would I think of doing here right now? If you want to play this, the statistics around this EFIB, there's the first breakout. When price gets between this level and this level, that would signal along. That would be into this low volume node, I would suspect. But frankly, because of the bias for the day being negative, I think that would be a bad trade to take because it's counter trend. That would be my idea. The rod is, knocking them dead with this one down and a mean reversion up. I think it's just a matter of Hardy Hi-Ho Silver to put them on. Being that, you know, with my short bias, I would think, oh boy, this would have been a great short, but this is absolutely the wrong place to do that. That's shorten the hole, essentially. Shorten the breakout below. And it could go ripping down to the mid and the VPOCs or the POC. But I don't think that's a good... From the beginning, I don't know. I'm just looking at... I was looking at the what do you call it? Edgeful thing there. All the reports and all of the trade was in there was negative. According to, you know, that thing I was showing you. This one over here, according to all of the reports, what's in play, which is based on these reports, and you can add a bunch more. That's bullish and that's bearish. And I guess what I need to figure out or understand better, obviously, is how that works. What's been completed, what hasn't. So as I've understood what they say is, then the thing is, if it's a short bias, that wouldn't be the thing to do. If it's a red opening candle, that means it's down, that's a short bias. And if it's the breakout only, and there should be a breakdown somewhere around here, which is what they call taking out the IB low. Beats me. I'm just trying to get my head around all this stuff, and I've heard them comment a few times on not trading against the bias in their opinion, so I thought I'd throw that out there. Right now it's negative. I mean, as far as my book map, absolutely negative until right there. And then back up, and we just took out the IB high, and yeah, and now we're below the previous RTH high. But this is just a giant whipsaw, right? A huge batch of retail soup. Yeah, well, what I did with the, that was the thing they were talking about when I mentioned earlier. Am I off mute? Yes, I am. Reading your comment there, Anton. Back testing over long periods of time, like my typical 500-day back test. Yeah. Let's look at this one right here's a perfect example. That one's been back tested till it's blue in the face. Set up the back test. I used to always do 500 days, thinking that that was a more comprehensive test, you know, sample. And okay, and back test. That's going to happen right here. Am I on the right screen? No, god damn it. Here we go. So here's the back test. Per this, this is gonna be painful because IRT has a hard time doing this kind of stuff at once. So here is, well, that's pretty cool. Worked out really well. 867 trades, 400 and however many days it is, 499 days, 867 trades, long, short, whatever. Favorable excursion, adverse excursion, that stuff. 613 winning trades, average $40 because I'm trailing at T1. 252 losing trades at 39, basically $40 because I am trailing stop, you know. 22 consecutive winners in a row, 5 consecutive losers in a row. This is the key metric right here. One of them, in my opinion. Okay, so once you do all of the math and all that hocus pocus, which you're familiar with, right over here. Each one of these lines is a back test, and plug in those initial values here, and it pukes out, and here's the, you know, days and trades and all that stuff. And it pukes out win rate, loss rate, expectancy, average winner, R value, R factor, all of that crap. And yeah, they're all, you know, they're all good. I mean, that particular one, anywhere you see that IB over here, these are more recent. So look at this one right here. This was the 19th. Pretty close, right? $640, $40. 70% win rate, 29% loss, 13.94 expectancy, R value, all that kind of thing, what it's supposed to, how many consecutive winners, how many consecutive losers, what I should expect, net, gross, commission, and net. Now, when I was trading live, which it worked fine for a couple of months, and then as I traded it live, and I will be the first to admit that me watching, well, there's it just signaled a trade right there. Now, what I would normally do would be, because I don't have confidence for the system to trade by itself, would be to go over here to Bookmap and put on the trade manually. Took 1.5 times the consecutive stops. So I stopped trading it because that's, as I understand from all the people that know about statistics, you don't touch the system that you've back tested until it's broken, until there's something out of the expected parameters. And the expected parameters in my case was the consecutive stops in a row, and it exceeded them by 1.5 times. So I stopped doing it because I'm thinking, what the hell's wrong? Now, I know part of what's wrong is the delay in me seeing the signal and then executing it over here. You know, me seeing the signal, like right now, it took a short right there. Because there was the pullback, there was the B pullback zone, and went up to the trigger and it got short. And it's going the wrong way. It hasn't stopped out yet because that would be right up here. But I would then jump over here and enter the short. Well, have a look and see how you think that's going to work out. So yeah, I got it. It's I don't have a bias. I mean, these setups don't have any bias involved. I tried to do that where I was trying to not take a trade that would be going contrary to bias, but I was developing, or I was measuring the bias with this right here. Actually, I think, yep. This is a volume average. So in other words, if right here would be a perfect example. If this volume average is going up, right? That would prevent a short. That would prevent this very situation right here. That's the only way I was looking at bias, and it isn't a bias like from my point of view. It's math or the statistics, right? And I thought that made sense. This is not like a moving average of the price. This is a volume thing, and I thought that made sense. I have unactivated that. It's a filter over here. Right. Well, there's the period, and there's the look back, and then it would be applied in the entry code. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying everything I can think of to come up with some sort of a vetted system that I can lean on. And that's what's so frustrating to me about when I listen to these other people with this, my structured trade and my this and my that. It's like, well, I'd like to know how you vetted that son of a gun, and over what data set and all those things to come up with what you got. Now, Rod's just talking about something similar here now. Lefty was asking Rod something up here, and I just happened to have Static open the first time today in a long time. And Rod happens to be back, so he's obviously got his new house all built and moved in and wired up and whatever else, because he is trading. And he's talking, Lefty's asking Rod why he took this trade against context or whatever, and he said, at the time of the trade, the intraday trend was down. High time frame was in mean reversion, so I aligned the two, told me to short the mid VWAP low volume node back to the POC, and that's how he got his 20 points. No, this is not VWAP. This is right there. Now 66 is that parameter that comes from my my trading definition, where I said this is the look back, this is the thing in the look back. That's what this VPound 66 is all about. Well, I can show you anyway. What am I talking about? So VPound 66 is right there. So it's a 20 period look back. And then it's a 20 period. And then what this look back does is how many bars back the code goes. So in other words, it would say, if you don't want to enter on a downtrend, or only on an uptrend, you would say that 1, which is the look back, 1 bar back has got to be lower than current. That would be an uptrend. But this is the indicator. It's essentially a moving average, but based on volume weighted on the close. Now, you might be right. It might be pretty much a VWAP, but it's based on a percentage. Let's see what the hell that does. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Let's see what VWAP does. I don't think there's any parameters. Like so much look back or any of that stuff. I don't think. Let's see. VWAP. VWAP, there's no parameters to look back over so many periods. And I wanted it close, right? I didn't want it to be from the start of the session, for example. I wanted to try to be sort of able to read the trend somehow, or the momentum, or the direction. That was my thinking. Best laid plans of mice and men. And there's a stop. Had I taken that trade blindly over here, I would have been stopped out. And that would have been, you know, lost number, X number in a row. There's a perfect example of it. That's why I've moved away from this preset ranges and things to this one, which is based on probabilities. Now this one hasn't, this has taken a trade. There's the breakout. So there, it has not entered a trade yet because this was not a breakout. It's got a close outside, equal to or outside. And all those little nuances can be changed in the code too, of course. And then, now if this pulls back to here, it's going to get it, it'll enter right along. With the stop way down here. Oh no, with the stop here at 50 because it's breakout to the upside. And if you notice over here, what I'm leaning on is, so to the upside, this is the probabilities. Oh, that's the wrong one, sorry. So for the breakout, the stop is, you know, the entry's at 25% and the stop is just below 50. I don't think it's, and I've changed the breakdown or the short to enter at 25, but the stop, this was too coin flippy for me, so I've changed the stop to 75. Doesn't matter if that means anything. And I'm about a stone's throw away from just, well, let's talk about, I mean, this theory that I'm thinking about is, obviously you guys are here all the time, you know, I'm not trading Jesus, you know, like sometimes not a trade in a whole week. And I think that's basically got to do with two things. Number one, I'm not getting these vetted trades or something that I have confidence in. And maybe that's just fear-based. And also fear of losing money because it's my own account and it's small and I'm, you know, don't want to do that. Whether that's right or wrong, that's, I think, where it's coming from. Now I had a real epiphany over the weekend, basically. The whole prop space has changed dramatically than I was familiar with. The only prop thing I've ever really been involved in was Top Step extensively, and one called U Profit, which I immediately passed and had a funny thing or whatever. But they don't do anything to do with Rhythmic anymore or any of that stuff. So I got to looking around, or I heard something on YouTube over the weekend about some of these new prop firms. It's freaking amazing what they do now. For example, there's no monthly payment for an evaluation account. It's a one-time fee, $50 or $100 or whichever, you know, whether you're doing a 50K or whatever. They're, except for some of the crazy ones like Apex, they're all end-of-day drawdown. And they're all, and some of them are giving bonuses. Like, for example, if you pass your eval and you get taken live, they double your account as a bonus, and you can withdraw part of that. You can get payoffs out of that. Some of these guys, like the one guy in Edgeful, is averaging around $15,000 to $20,000 a month in payouts, supposedly. Well, even if that's mostly bullshit. So here's where my thinking went. I thought, well, wait a second here. Okay, so the big thing that I had always been familiar with was, hold on, I want to make this in here. Well, let's take a $25,000 account. It's $50, and you can trade one mini, and this is on Tradeify, which is the brokerage or the prop version of Tradeify, of Trade of 8, which is both owned by Ninja. So it's not, Joe Shit the ragman in his garage. Rhythmic data is free. You can have up to 5 accounts to do the copy thing, which is how they're all making these big payouts, of course. No end of day draw, no drawdown, a whole bunch of real end of day, thing, no daily loss limit, $1,250 target or something like that on the 25K account, 3,000 on the normal one, and 2,000 drawdown total. After 5 payouts, you're automatically taken to live. One-time payment for the evaluation of $55 or $60. So if I take one of those accounts and trade it exactly as I'm trading here, I can trade up to the 10 micros or 1 mini, and I have no drawdown or risk against my capital. And there's no ongoing outlay, no data fee, no anything. I need to make sure I've got all the parameters correct. But I'm thinking very seriously about that, because hell, I can suddenly not have that element of fear or whatever it is, monkey boy giving me shit about trading this, because I've got to just start taking like the bar trades, not be so fixated on all of this vetting and only taking vetted trades, or be a lot more loose and leaning more on the statistic like Edgeful puts out, which is so and so percentage of the time the IB, this happens to the IB. Now those are the probabilities that Rod and the static guys use. Not one of them does a backtest or vetting like I do. And they're all making shitloads of money and I'm not. So, better be late to the party than never get to the party, I guess. So that's what I'm thinking about, and that's what I'm leaning. That's the direction I'm leaning at this point, because I couldn't reduce my risk any more than 2 micros. And frankly, trading micros is, when you make $30, when you lose $30 or you make 75 for both targets, that takes you a hell of a long time to get any place. So this is what I'm thinking about. This is the direction I'm thinking makes sense for me and the account and the stream to achieve. And the downside is $50 once. The upside is a string of payments and a live account. Seems to make sense to me. And I thought long and hard about the 50K, which is the typical thing I always have done before, which, $3,000 target, $2,000 drawdown, and all that stuff. But then I thought, well, maybe the 12Ks, a couple of the 12Ks, which is essentially the same price as one of the 50s, and you do the copy trade thing. Because when I was trading the top step and was within one profit target away from having 5 combines all in the past the thing, and then they just canceled all of them because they refused to support Rhythmic anymore. Needless to say, that was a shock and a disappointment and a huge loss of money. But I found it quite rather than 150K or whatever account where I was making, you know, putting all these things on, I was trading 150,000 account with 2 minis, standard 2-lot, you know, risk neutral trade, but they were copy trading to the other 4. So when I made $750 times 4. And that's the theory of this multiple account thing. And this only works. Well, some of these outfits, if for example, you have 4 accounts or 5, let's make it 5. And you start trading with a copy trader at the beginning, and that one account that you've got, your lead account, gets to the profit target. All 5 are there. All 5 go to the pay, whatever they call it, you know, the same thing. And if you take 5 payouts, all 5 of them go to live. Yeah, I know that. I know that company. I saw an interview with the owner of that company. And he was, if I could find it, I'll let you know the link to it. And he had, this was before, just before Top Step went to, it's the Prop X or Project X or Program X, whatever they call it. That's the basic software that's white labeled to all of these prop firms like Top Step and all these guys. Exactly. Yeah. And the reason I wanted to stay away from all of that and stay away from the Program X thing and all of that crap, which is used by, you know, Edge Clear and everybody. That whole thing has a huge back office facility. They can put you from the A book to the B book, slow your fills. They can do anything they want to do. Whereas with rhythmic data and using IRT or whatever, I mean, using IRT and Bookmap, they don't have that back office control, as I understand it. Not that I'm being paranoid or, you know, I don't want to be InfoWars guy, but yeah, just like you're alluding to up there, that there's that they have a lot of hocus pocus goes on. I saw an interview with that guy. Seemed like you know, I mean, he's obviously in it for the money, and but had a lot of, yeah, we do data. What we're all about is data. We've got all the specs. How long it takes from passing your prop challenge to the, you know, what's the average burnout blow up rate and all that kind of stuff. And he was telling this guy all about it. They started out in the FX space. Well, here goes Jorgensen up to make his money, that little devil. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. The 2 I'm looking at is Tradeify and the name of the other one. Lucid. And another thing that was interesting that I didn't know, and I mentioned this to Antonio, I mean, a lot of these prop outfits, if you blow up a live account, you're banned for life. Now, which I find pretty stupid. If you want to keep paying them for a combine, why wouldn't you? But why wouldn't they not take that? But you're banned for life, and Top Step's one of them. Apparently, Lucid and Tradeify don't. Lucid for sure. Tradeify, I'm unclear. And I don't have much use for Ninja. Yeah, it's a It's what these prop shops are, as I believe, they're basically bucket shops. And that was the big thing about Forex, is they were trading against you, which always irritated me. That's the same story with market makers and stocks, so I don't like that whole idea. At least with futures and live futures, that's not a possibility. Sure, there's always a counterparty on the other side of your trade, but it's not like a bucket shop kind of a thing. And it's certainly not the case where they can slow down your fills and put you in the A book or the B book and all that stuff. And that's common knowledge. That's not like they're keeping that a secret. Those things, those tricks. The first outfit that I ever noticed or saw with my own eyes that had that back office functionality that they offered was MetaTrader to the Forex brokers. And I actually saw that in action in KL. That's for sure. Now, this would be a case where the Al Brooks story would be long and making money, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's a interesting world, eh? I don't know. I may be wrong, but it seems to me like this would be the direction for me to go at this point. Certainly not close my account or any of that stuff, but at this point, to loosen the pressure as far as the account, my own money at risk, which I think would give me a different perspective about trading, and it is clearly lowers my risk financially. Yeah, I absolutely don't worry about it. I'm dyslexic. My fingers just get going, and who knows what happens. My son's always sending me stuff like, "What the hell did you?" Especially on the phone with that autocorrect, and it's like some jibber jabber from Mars, you know. It's really, I know exactly what you mean, and I don't even notice it. I just figure what you were trying to say or what whoever was trying to say. I don't even think about it. Okay, I hope most of that was live because I just now noticed I'd muted, so I hope, who knows what. Well, there we go. Higher ground, that RTH high, which should have a probability up there, but since I was Mr. Clever with let's reload the book map, poof went, I guess I could be putting those stats in as we go. Overnight high 74.7. Previous high was 65.6. That's out. So these values I'm putting in now are correct from the statistics. Goody. POC 77.0. Funny enough that we have not taken out the previous POC. Can that be right? a stat for that anymore. Let's look at the close. 48.8. The low was some ridiculous thing like 12%. Something like that. Previous low. I'd never seen so low before. Yeah, 12.8%. Wow. Never noticed that one. Overnight low. How low can you go? $36.3. Seems like I'm getting all of those pretty much off, huh? Overnight mid, where did you go? I know you're sliding around there somewhere. It's 66.3, and correctly so. We've not taken it up. Now, wait a minute, something's wrong here now. Oh no, yeah, I'm backwards. Yes, football. I think I need to go directly to bed and not pass go or collect $200 there. If I got the answer correctly from good, yeah, we did right there. I'm sure. So I don't know. Let's see what's going on. Well, one thing I could do is this, I guess. Previous high, IB high. Ooh. Yeah, overnight POC. Yeah, I was backwards. The change from black to blue is when the level is. I'm just thinking about what you were typing. Actually, of course, we hit the POC right there, 30.7. The previous one. What's happening now? Brown cow. And over here, nobody home, but the Al Brooks boy would be in the money. Which is just simply a break based on the direction after the 20th bar. And maybe that's all you need, I don't know. The fence thing didn't happen at all yet. That's the fence thing is where there's a breakout, and then then a bar opens above the level, wicks into the level, and closes back outside the level. That is a trigger, and then you go in that direction. None of them are tough or complicated. They're just, And good, congratulations on your trades. I've got to do something here because this is boring and stupid and a bunch of stuff. D, all of the above. Well, those school runs are breaks in the action today. They still can't get through that overnight high or the all-time high, huh? That's interesting. like there's any reason on earth we ought to be taking out all-time highs, but apparently there is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure every rearview mirror guru on the planet knew what's going on. My only approach to that whole idea you're talking about there was the pre-market, which has already been recorded before the open, that I fully expected there to be responsive selling to take profit, which is kind of what I always do. And bingo, bango, bongo, that's what happened. And then now we're taking the push to the upside. So once they take profit and adjust their inventory, what's next? I haven't listened to one of the streams in a long time. I can't really comment about any of those things. I do know, of course, that there's never any trade calling or live trading, which is meaningful to me. That's something that I absolutely, that's the reason that this stream is 7 hours long every day, because I will take no trade off this or any account off of the stream, and that will be recorded live. That's also the reason I waited to update to the new book map, because I knew that the break-even line and some of those trade marking or graphing facilities were not updated yet and didn't work in this new version. So I waited until they were. And I knew that because the guys in Static are always, they're jumping on betas and whatever else they can do. And it didn't matter. I had upgraded to the production, and he said, but caution, the break-even line and some of this thing and flag don't work. So I just waited because it's important to me. I want to be sure there's no question about what I did, the live trade, in the live market. That's important. And God knows I drone on long enough every day about vetting the trades and how I go about it and what I'm thinking about, and now bringing Static into the mix, Edgeful into the mix, trying to come up with data-driven trading. So yeah. Yeah, no worries, man. Rant your brains out. I don't care. That's the forum. We're just a bunch of traders here. And in some cases, just you and me. So it really doesn't matter. I try not to swear a bunch because, the function of it's a recording and anybody can come look at it at any point. So I try not to do that, but. Everybody in my family knows that I'm bilingual. I speak English and profanity. Those are my two languages. This whole story with my son and that drama in Denver's working out amazingly well. Obviously not for the guy who killed himself, but in my son's favor, so that's, fingers crossed. Well, yeah, fingers crossed that you don't know it's worked out until you're actually in the saddle and doing the job, but they finally, came across with a written offer and a bunch of stuff, which just blew me. It was phenomenal to me. I told him to ask, eyeball it. What the hell, what do you got to lose? Worst they can do is say, no, that's too much. We'll give you this. But they said, okay. So we'll see. More money than I ever made in a year. Except once. That's good for him. Well, what do we have here actually? What the hell is going on? We're at the top of everything. I hate this when this happens. We're at a, Club and Monkey or whatever I don't know, what do you call this? I guess that's a hammer? Is it a hammer in the candlestick world? Looks like a hammer, kind of. But we're right at the top of everything, so what do? Where are you? What do you lean on? There was the overnight high, and that's what's there, and they can't get through it yet. And that's the ETH high, except for back on the 28th, apparently, we got a higher ETH high, which is phenomenal to me that they still haven't taken that out. But, I think that's just like a foregone conclusion that the RTH traders always make sure that they hold the records one way or another. And I don't have any data about that. I don't know. I think Ned and Tom and probably a lot of them in there that maybe don't say much all the time. I have no idea, Yeah, sure. There's a lot of come and going. And I think a lot of it could, maybe, this is just an idea, myself included. You're busy, you're active, you're chatting, you're doing all this, and you realize, well, wait a second, I want to focus on my trading. Maybe that's the case with some of them, like that Matt B. I didn't You know, he came in there and used to write like War and Peace and shit, you know, like, whoa. I don't know. I've not seen him say anything in a long time. But yeah, since I've been there, there's been a lot of real local folks that have come and gone. Or they're come and lurk. I don't know whether they're gone or not, but. I have no idea. I wonder how it works with a commercial channel like that. You know, obviously, if I get a bunch of subscribers here and get monetized, that's what all these rearview mirror gurus are all about. They don't really make any money trading; they make their money off YouTube. So I understand. I wonder how it works with a commercial outfit like Bookmap, because they've got all those chat rooms. They all push on YouTube. I wonder if they get a buttload of money off the subs. Marketing, monetization, all that stuff. I don't know. I think you've got to have 1,000 subscribers to be monetized, if I understand it, or last time I looked. And then you don't make much, but you know, that's what it takes. That's the minimum to become monetized. So, got a ways to go here, huh? Haven't got over 100. And as I said in the pre-market, that's isn't my goal. But hey, also I would certainly not turn down extra money a month from YouTube. That would be great. That would also take the pressure off. Wow, what a small world. That's weird. Hi, Panda. That's really strange. Man, I tell you, having one of your kids die, especially like that, would be a mind fuck for me. From A to Z. Sorry for the French, but boy, that's no other way to say it. Amazing. And those quant guys, you know, they're in a world I really admire, but I'm not there. And at my age, I'm certainly not going to ever aspire to be there. I want to just get consistent and focus on trading. And what's got me going on about this whole idea with Edgeful and everything is I'm spending all my time down this frickin' rabbit hole and getting, like you said, getting nowhere. Vetted that thing, took months to code that thing up and get it all back tested and trade it live, and it's not making money. So what the hell? Better off put a dartboard on the back and, you know. Well, I'm not talking about Discord. There's that whole thing too. I'm just talking about straight up YouTube, a straight up YouTube channel. Once you have 1,000 subscribers in YouTube, they monetize you, and then whatever views, and I don't know how it all works because I'm so far from there, I haven't even thought about it, but you don't have to have any Discord. But then that's the next step that they all do. Yeah, they put everything, here's my classes, my you know, back testing course that's behind this paywall, and it's only this and that. So that ICT guy, if you know who he is, actually admitted he's never been able to make any money trading, but became a millionaire selling mentorships. Now think about that a minute. Being taught to trade by a guy who can't trade. I don't know. That's, I think, falls in the snake oil category or scam category or what. And he's apparently made millions. I don't know, and I don't try to focus on that shit because I'm trying to do my own thing, you know, and not have all that negativity swimming around in my head. I actually even saw one guy's response to that. And if you're such a good trader, why do you charge for this stuff? He made some comment that the YouTube community or the younger community that is watching all this kind of stuff most of the time, if something's free, they don't think it's worth the shit. They just move on. Interesting idea. I also heard this statistic yesterday, which I may have said something about, I don't know. For the first time in history, ever, the younger generation has always improved in cognitive skills and reasoning and all these kind of things that are measured by like the various testing stuff. Worldwide. For the first time in history, that is broken with Gen Z. And the reason that they all figure that it's happened is technology. They're all looking at cell phones. They're looking at, you know, skim crap on TV, in classrooms with videos and all that kind of stuff. That's what they all attributed to. And tied to that, then I put two and two together. I saw another article that the top tech guys, the Palantirs and the Google guy and the Lucky whatever his name is, and all these guys that have developed all these apps and all this crap, like Facebook and stuff, refuse to let their children have anything to do with those or any access to that stuff. Interesting. Oh, we're back to the IB high now. Now what's we gonna do? This is not any kind of a signal around the IB high in this strategy, because my thinking was, if it's the IB high, I want price to be moving up, not coming down. So, faulty logic or not, there you have it. Here we have the breakout. Doesn't signal an entry until we get down here. In this kind of a market, frankly, I wouldn't think the possibility or the probability of a successful trade after such a long period of time would be very viable. And bar is, whoa, look at the bar. Now we've got a bar. Is this a breakout and a retest? I guess you could have said that. Maybe up here, I don't know. Would a short now be, yeah, I agree with you. The thing you do is you find out that after you pay and get behind the paywall, it's just some BS you could have gotten on YouTube for free or dreamed up yourself. Exactly. Yeah, if somebody says, here's my account, Tom Hogarth, I think, is probably a guy, but he's in such a different world than the way I think to approach it. Somebody that actually makes money trading and is completely transparent about that. And then, okay, I'll take you on and we'll do this and that, and we'll review your trades, and I'll trade live with you guys every day or something like that. I'd be all over that. And if like I said before a long time ago, when this is a consistently profitable trading, I don't have any intention of changing the stream at all. And unless it got to be a whole bunch of goofy monkeys, you know, shooting off animated GIFs and crap all the time. I guess you can't in the chat anyway, but a whole bunch of noise. I wouldn't think about making it behind a paywall, or maybe just a private Discord or something like that. It didn't cost, but you know what I mean as far as the stream goes. For me. Now let's see if we get a breakout. We almost got one there. And a retest. And would that be a short? Beats the hell out of me. My thinking here would be, if this pulled back down here, I would be more inclined to think it was going to successfully be a short. That could just be because I think that. Volume's just moving down from, it was 140 when we opened, into this low volume node down here. Which I guess you could say is right about here. Oh, good for you. You entered short or closed short? Sorry. I'm sure you meant closed, but I got it. Oh, come on, man. Look at this market. Like watching paint dry here. I'm going to guess that the ATR is around $1. Let's look. Oops, wrong tab. Oh, I'm wrong. 2 1/4, $2. 2 points. I'm not seeing something here I expect to see. Seems like in my fever to do this, I've shut off the POC for the full session. Let's see if I can figure that out without breaking everything. No, it should be right there. Oh, I got it. I understand what's going on now. These two are together. So that means that IRT is discombobulated because it's got the overnight volume profile way up here instead of down here at 70. Ugh. I'm tired of this crap. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. I'm fighting the urge to eat these barbecued ribs in here because that's not a snack I can eat and talk and trade at the same time. I'll have grease from one end of my ass to the other. That'll be a mutant hands off the mouse for sure. That's for sure. I'm fighting the urge though. So I think by tomorrow, if I get my act together, I should come up online tomorrow with one of these, with this prop thing, this Tradify. I think I got it all worked out. I tried to do it last night, but I had to that's the reason I had to update bookmark map. And I'll see about, as you know, or may not know, when you configure one of these platforms for data, typically you have, your password and your UID and your password, and then you put in the system and then the gateway and stuff. So that was not an option in Bookmap, and I had to update. I actually got a hold of Bookmap help, and they said, oh, well, then you've got to update because that API is in the new update. So I did, and there it was. And then I Googled IRT because it doesn't have either. And it says if it's not in there, use Rhythmic Paper because the prop firm, whoever they are, haven't gotten us to correct API because I wanted to know how to update that, and they said, every time you restart IRT, it updates that and a bunch of other stuff. So there you go. Okay, yeah, we're getting down there to the low volume node, absolutely. And it's across, well, that's because this has been trading together, but yeah. Go around the 86s, eh? So I'm, well, pretty close actually. When we get to here, this would be a purchase or a buy on that other idea. But it is in against context so far. Okay. Ooh, VPOC migration, look at there. On the full session. Still not up to what IRT thinks is going on. I guess I could refresh IRT. I'm so sick of all that. Telling you, I'm about an eyebrow, a whisker away from something stupid like Trade Evade or Trading View or, yeah, this whole thing is goofy. Well, what I will do now is, I guess, refresh the frickin' data and see if that comes right. Well, I don't see that that delta, I see this here and there, this area, which is the bar. What, Panda? What's up? You sit there looking at me with those forlorn eyes. I can't. Well, as hard as it is to tear myself away from this fun, I probably need to. I just realized it's already gone 12. Gonna take that high now, it looks like, in the 12 to 1 thing. And of course, there's every reason in the world for new highs. Oh wait, maybe there's not. Well, it doesn't look like Walter Bloomberg has posted anything since this morning. Last one was 3 hours ago, so. I guess these are accurate. I don't know how you tell. I don't know enough about Twitter to know what to do, actually. Oh well. Here we go. Look at new eyes. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. So they got that liquidity that had been living up there for all this time. Now they just have a little bit more to go to punch into the overnight high, and what's up there, the fuel that's above that, and up they go, I guess. I don't know what we've got for music queued up here, how much longer it is. I've got to step away and do the midday thing here. All right, I'm going to step away for the mid-morning or mid-break deal here for a minute and rest my eyes and get some fresh air and shower so the cats stop walking by holding their noses, you know, that kind of thing. If you make a bunch of money, remember the old boomer over here. Good luck. Remember, it's 12 to 1, so. Well, there's only one way they're going with it, and that's up, huh? Oh, Jorgensen's got to be over the moon. He's out of all his stuff, I guess. I just, yeah, would not expect that. What are you going to do? And why, you know? Why there? Why that? Wow. Huh. Oh. Wow. What a day. I wonder what brought that on. Is there any reason for this? Or just everybody was excited? So here's the IBC. Had I taken it, it's amazing, you know, I just stepped away. And look at that. God damn, I don't know what to, gosh darn, I don't know what to say. So essentially, that was nothing. I mean, it was an IB continuation trade, but there were several false signals, of course, along the way. And actually, I was here. Because I had seen this IB, this VPOC migration. I commented on it, and I was not aware enough to think about that as an IB continuation. I was just not. Yeah, I was definitely not on the. Definitely not on the game. No, I'd stepped away actually. Had to feed the starving cat. And that's a real big exaggeration. Yeah, I've been looking all over. I've looked everywhere, even Mr. Walter Bloomberg and every place. I have no idea. One thing I am really disappointed. One thing that I basically don't like, or that worries me a lot, and I thought about it this morning or the other day, and then now I see some news headline about it. These guys back there in DC, they're seeing this as a complete validation of everything they're doing. And I see a comment that Trump was making about how everything he's doing for the economy is working out great for the country. Look at the price of the stock. Look at the stock market. And maybe that's true. That means I am really disconnected. But this kind of thing gives them confirms what they're doing. Reinforces that. That's weird to me. I didn't see anything either. In case I was on mute, I don't know. I don't think so. Pretty weird time. So that's for sure. I see nothing here at all. There's a whole lot of stuff out from the leader, or spiritual leader of Iran or whatever. He's apparently now well enough to be starting to make some statements. I think they're going to find out that he is like a pissed off tiger compared to to his dad. From the statements I was reading, assuming they're true. Well, there you are. Trump removes the tariff on whiskey. That had to be it. That had to be why the stock market went crazy. Here's just what I was saying. Trump touts the stock market gains since his election. So I don't know. I don't know. And I guess if I were in their shoes, I'd think the same thing. Oh, well, look at how great of a job I'm doing. Look at this market. Everybody's giving me approval. Never mind the people. I mean, I think it's the lowest approval rating of ever in history or something like that. What the hell? Oh, May 8th. Okay, Jesus, I saw it happen at a glance over here. As I was scrolling up and I see non-farm payrolls U.S., I'm thinking, what? At 12:30 in the afternoon. And I'm going, what in the hell happened here? May 8th. And why is it 12:30 in the afternoon? What happened at 7:30 in the morning? Jesus, these guys they're turning everything upside down. Now, maybe it's just a function of this being crazy. I don't know. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so obviously the financial juice is loose. As loose as a goose. Financial juice is loose as a goose. And of course, last but not least, we've got now Trump speaking here starting at 2:00, but that certainly didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, I was still standing here when this happened, and I stepped away, unfortunately, too dazed and confused to recognize this as an IB continuation and get on it. Now Trump is speaking. So he sees off King Charles, and now he's speaking. Well, this makes sense, right? I don't know if we need to deal with Iran. We might need to deal with Iran. I'm sorry, but that's at the same time. That must have been a mistype or something, you suppose? I stop looking at this crap. Jesus. Well, my little system dutifully took his little trade down here and got, T1, T2, and then could have been in the hold all the way to there. So and the bars are closed. All the bars are closed on the Western Front. Going on here now. These are all naked. I like it. I like that. I like it when she's naked. I have no idea. If it came down and we had one of these, retests, I have no idea what I'd do, frankly. Win this market. I guess go long. Now, nothing happened. Oh, what's all this? Boop. Boop. What's that one? Boop. Okay. Well, this doesn't look very right. Something's crazy with this deal because none of these are correct. Oh, no. Actually, all would be, but I guess it's because it's looking back. These should not be here because there has been no breakout yet. And that's the first flag that they lean on. So that's the idea. And there was not really a signal after a breakout. That's why I didn't take a trade. However, if you were Al Brooks now, or the fence trade, let's see if Uncle Al did anything. Well, this is basically the Brooks trade right here, and it would have been a long because his stop is down here in the middle somewhere. I can't look at the rules again, but. And this is simply based on the 20 bar. That's why it's called he actually says 18 bar, but I figured 20 was better than 18. It is. Yeah, it's a little better probability. The fence trade. What is the fence trade all about? Well, here's a fence trade. Breakout. And there's the first trigger, and that would be a long. And there you go. I thought this. Oh, that's the problem, I guess. Well, I don't know. Boils down to I don't know. That's a definite. That's a definite. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this crap. We got singles, 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 and singles. Well, yeah. I'm not sure what I would do here. I was busy talking in the mute, but I don't. What would I do? What would you do? So it breaks out a retest. What? You gonna short? As far as I'm concerned, this whole move here is irrational. It's not a squeeze. What are they squeezing? We're at all-time highs. Squeezing who? It's impossible. So it's just, is it because everything is so wonderful in the country, the economy, the world? It's hard for me to get know what to do when it's completely irrational behavior. Maybe the traders that are at work right now are part of that Gen Z group that is the first in history to be have made less progress emotionally and intelligently and cognitively than the generation before them. Or they got their ball caps on too tight, or, I don't know. Why is this doing this? No idea. The IBC was obviously the trade, which the system saw it, but I didn't. And, I looked at that. This just happened. But right about here is where I went left. Somewhere. And now we've got the breakout, if you want to be technical about it. There's the bar, there's the breakout. This could be the retest. What? To go which way? Got to get a better perspective here too. It's moving so much that look at it now when it's pushed out to not even a point. So this is the bar basically, and there's the breakout. What to do? Sell the top? Call the top, sell the top, whatever. Pretty quick, the retest. Right here, I guess. Yeah, that's true. That's the argument for picking the top or the bottom. Absolutely. Asymmetrical, big time. But given the, as far as I'm concerned, this entire move up since 1220 or whatever, it's just completely irrational. I have no, based on what? No good news, no reporting, no anything. Except maybe, the drug kicked in on the floor of the trade in the NYSE or whatever. I have no idea. And they're not, I don't even, this isn't a squeeze. Who are they squeezing? Nobody. We've never been up here before. There's not any there's not any stops or anything else up here. Or this is somehow or another a way to a squeeze of all the people that were trying to pick the top way down below, but who holds for 30 or 40 points? I don't know. The all-time high clear down there. In the ETH, the RTH all-time highs below that. Market makers are net short. Who the hell is squeezing them? I just don't understand all the dynamics. Oh, yeah, okay, so you see them. Yeah, I have no idea either. Well, that's typically what I'm referring to when I talk about, overnight inventory is long. They're going to adjust inventory, and I expect responsive selling, that thing. That's what I'm thinking there. But I guess I don't look at it in those terms, or didn't look at it in those terms in this condition. And I don't know what to do about my stamina here, stepping away at the inopportune time like that. I'm standing here from 6 to a little before 6 to 12, and then however long I come back until the market closes and on into the night. But I don't know. Maybe I just need to be younger. Well, here are those sellers on the breakout and retest. Maybe. Oh, damn, is it actually 1445? Holy crap, I missed the I'm standing here all involved in this. I completely missed the market recap and wow. That's pretty amazing. I was just shocked to look at the clock. Wow. And tomorrow's the first of the month. No, that could be it too. I didn't even think about that. I think there's, they used to call it window dressing and stuff in shares. I don't know. Month end, we got a flat top up here. This market's going higher, I believe. My old standby observation here. Well, it's hard to tell with this big spike we got going on over here, but this is a flat top, right? There is no excess up here, volume-wise, in my opinion. So I'd say this is going to at least pop up here to these the 50. Look at this. Is that right? Wow. $106 points. Wow. Wow, there you go. Now they're getting some excess up here. You see that? I can't believe the market's over. Huh. I was thinking it was just coming up to 2, and I'm going to start thinking about that other stuff. Well, it's a crazy day, that's for sure. The market recap is what it is. Tomorrow, there's going to be very little in the way of news, I think. We've got Apple reporting after the bell, don't forget. Tomorrow, we've got S&P PMI, S&P manufacturing, employment, and that's, and then the CFTCs, whatever that all is. But basically, we've got the S&Ps tomorrow. And earnings tomorrow should be basically nothing. They usually are very light on Friday, if my memory serves me right. We've got Exxon, we've got the energies, Exxon, Chevron, Land, Colgate. So, you know, reasonable earnings through tomorrow, into tomorrow. Today we got Apple first up, and then Lilly and stuff. Well, I'll be damned. And Trump is probably still speaking, I suppose. Yes, of course he is. I wonder what he thinks we're going to do. Go over there and scrape up all the dirt or something and send it over here? I mean, I'm not sure what all this stuff he's talked about dust and dirt. I'm not sure what maybe he thinks they've got enriched uranium somewhere that he's going to get. I don't know. This Iran thing, dust up is going to cost the country $50 billion. Infinitely more than the Doge savings and the supposed what we were going to make off the tariffs, and and then of course we've got $200 or $300 million for the ballroom and the Arc de Trump, and wow. And people have been talking about this. Why is Rubio nowhere to be seen? I don't know what to think. Anyway, nobody cares what I think, and that's a good thing, I guess. So we're going to get the market on close and balance in about 2 minutes, and I guess who cares about that either? It's the weirdest thing. Who cares about that either? Typically, by this point in the day, we're just kind of calm and, thinking about whether there'll be a closing swing trade or not. Yeah, I missed that whole thing completely. Sorry. I'm in awe. I'm in awe of crazy town. And something that you have to remember, if we close up here on these highs with no pullbacks and we close up here, very good probability that drive will continue at the ETH Open. Here comes the 50s. That's completely expected. I would completely expect it. And there goes the 50s and the pop. Well, I guess Jorgensen probably got them all out, and he's probably happier than a pig in the mud. Good for him. Nice guy. And that coincided with the market on close imbalance orders. I'm more depressed to even just look at this shit. Sorry, stuff. Huh. Here's the market on close imbalance. Buy side across the board, all over 1 billion. 1.9 billion, 1.2 billion, 1.1 billion, 1.5 billion. buy side across the board. That's an imbalance. So I guess, despite what we all, or at least what I feel and see, I guess everything's really wonderful. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's an options thing. I don't know. It's an irritating thing to me. Disappointing, I think. Well, he finally quit talking, specifically at 1450. And there comes the market back. 10 handles, by the way. Don't forget, remember that these are 1 point. Oh, look at it pull back on the close. For some reason, they had to get up to that 50 handle. Maybe that was some big strike. Somebody was, I don't know. Yeah, well, that typically signals that we're going to continue in the ETH if we close right on the highs or the lows. I mean, to me it does, but you know more about that whole options thing than I do, but Jesus. Well, I was completely absorbed in watching this thing, and sorry I missed the back testing and the usual thing at about 1400 and the in-depth market recap at the bottom of the hour. I'm shocked to see what time it was, or to realize what time it was. Yeah, I can safely say that this is the first time since I've been streaming that I didn't realize, lost track of time up past the 2 o'clock. That's weird. Think's funny. No, there's another breakout. Boop, boop, boop. What does that mean? Now. See a lot of numbers popping up on the views thing there. Welcome to the stream. It's my virtual trading journal. Like and subscribe. That'd be great. And comment in the chat for sure. Just, I'm in shock that it's almost 1,500. That's really amazing. So this, just to remind, this is my virtual trading journal. This is risk neutral trading. If I trade, it's live and real time right here in Bookmap. Every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1,500. Starts with the pre-market and set everything up. Tomorrow I'll be in the new setup. I think I've decided to do that. I'll see how it works tonight in the ETH. Make sure everything's, yesterday I didn't have things going, so obviously I'm not going to do that. And I'm real curious to see what happens to take a trade. Oh, that's what I can do tonight. I'll do a replay today because that's the new version of Bookmap, and I'll be able to see what the hell goes on with this new trade control panel. I have I don't know anything to say other than here we're lower highs and lower lows since we had this pop right here. Which, if you want to be technical about it, is a 3-bar reversal. And a pretty classic one. Pop up, big wick up, big buying wick. Selling wick, I guess it is. And then the following bar takes out the lows. 3-bar reversal. And on Bookmap, that would be right here. There's that one. There's the pop. There's the next one below here. And I'm not saying it's going to continue, but I think that's a pretty classic 3-bar reversal. I think shorten up here would be, yeah, talk to you tomorrow, man. I'll be standing here thinking it's noon in another couple hours, I guess. Look at this crap. Closing swing trade now, they're going to go flying up through the roof. Holy crap. Well, this is a market that I have no idea what it's doing, why it's doing what it's doing. And so the only thing I can do in that situation is nothing. I mean, that's proper risk management. For sure. There's no trade, this reversal spike thing here. Good for it. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this trade. Look at this candle. That's crazy. And it's not on light volume either. That's typically that's the case, but this is over 100% volume for looking back this time of day, looking back 20 days. And this is for this is the average true range at this time on a 1-minute candle. Wow. We got singles all over the freaking place. There's that taper I was looking for. We got singles and singles and singles, and you know. Wow. So we're closed. It's the cash close. I've been at this 7 hours and 1 minute. I think that's probably enough. And I've been here since 6, a little before. So, wow. I don't know what to say about this kind of a market, frankly. Be careful. You know, if you've got something figured out for this market and you can trade it, let us know. Let me know. Let anybody know. Shoot up a flare. Do something. Yeah. Welcome to, thanks for coming by. Like and subscribe. That's two mouse clicks, and it's a big deal for me. I really appreciate it. Look at this thing. We were talking about this was irrational right here, and then look at this. Here was that IBC right here. And up you go. Go figure. We got singles all over the place. And tomorrow's a Friday, and tomorrow there is news. So I am going to take my own advice and do some more pull-ups and some squats and stuff, and maybe give this a think. I'm going to switch all my gear over to the new idea and be back tomorrow at 0800. Thanks a lot for coming by, and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. I hope it was